Greetings everybody and welcome. It's the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. And in a few minutes we'll have the opening lineups for our game this afternoon between the 1911 Pittsburgh Pirates and the 1911 Chicago Cubs. It's part of our 1911 replay scheduled on April 18, 1911. The final game of a 3-game series. This is the rubber game. Stand by, please. And Kathy Harden has arrived. Yeah, there we go, the witching hour. Indeed. There we go. There she is, folks. And the tweet is up and it's good. We are live from Chicago, and we've got a good crowd here. It's the Pittsburgh Pirates at the Chicago Cubs. And starting for the Pittsburgh Pirates is lefty Leafield. He is obviously a left-hander. His first start of the year, his first appearance this year, he has no record. And for the Chicago Cubs, Lou Ritchie. Also his first start of the season. His first appearance, and he has no record. Kathy Harden for the Pirates. Pirates are a good team. They came in third place. The Cubs are a good, excellent team. They came in second place. It's early on here, so don't worry about the records. Pirates come in 1-3, 3 games out. Cubs 2-3, 2.5 games behind. And we got a good bunch of Hall of Famers here in the lineup. And we're going to start with the opening lineups here very shortly. Very shortly here. And just to let you know, it's not only is it dead ball, it's slow ball. We play it very slowly here in the afternoons. We take it into we try to take it to at least 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern in one way or another. And we're going to go through the lineups in a nice and leisurely fashion, if you don't mind. And we're so glad to have you here. This is medicine, folks. Medication time here in Chicago. Hey, I'm back. Oh, Rosetta. Oh, is that tasty? Well, let's go through our lineups here. Let's get to know these ball players. Leading off for the Pittsburgh Pirates is Bobby Byrne. The third baseman. Here's Bobby when he was with the Cardinals. He'll be playing third base. Batting second and playing center field, Tommy Leach. Tommy Leach. Batting third, and I believe he's a Hall of Famer. Maybe Leach is too. Fred Clark for the Pirates, playing left field. Fred Clark, the player manager. Back then they were called coaches. Fred Clark batting third. The cleanup hitter, living legend, Honus Wagner. And we had a little quiz earlier today. It was a guess who. Can you guess who this is? I bet you Kathy would have gotten it if she had seen it. Joe Buddy 13 got it. It's Honus Wagner batting fourth and playing shortstop. Maybe the greatest player ever. That looks like a little tobacco on his lip. Batting fifth, Dots Miller, the second baseman. Dots Miller. Batting fifth and playing first base, Newt Hunter. Newt Hunter. Batting fifth and playing right field is Chief Wilson. Chief Wilson, please give it up for Chief Wilson. And they called a lot of the Native Americans Chief. He has the record for triples in a season, 36th, and that record still stands. That was 1912. I don't see any mention of him being, He was not of Native American descent. He was nicknamed Chief because the Pittsburgh teammates and manager Fred Clark thought Wilson, a native Texan who stood 6'2", resembled a chief of the Texas Rangers, whatever the hell that means. He is not Native American. Again, Chief Wilson batting 7th in right field today. Batting 8th and catching, it is George Gibson. George Gibson. Again, catching George Gibson. And as we said, the pitcher is Lefty Leafield. And he's showcased on our suite here today. As you can see, he sure is a lefty. Taking his warm-ups on the side here. At West Side Grounds. In beautiful Chicago. Lefty Leafield warming up on the side here at beautiful West Side Grounds in Chicago. And make no mistake about this. If I had the money, the production values, I would make it like the Ken Burns documentaries. In fact, I'd have him make it, but we'd have to do play-by-play, just like I do it. And it would be done by me, unless we can get the guy who does the other stuff, which he's great. His regular guy. These are the Pirates. They came in second in real world. They won the first game 2-1 in a close one. And then the Cubs won 8-7 in the second game. That was a close one. And indeed, Kathy Harden for the Pirates here. And they're going to be playing the Cubs, who are, you know, they're a legend already. They had those great seasons in 08. I mean, I think they won the pennant something like 3 years in a row. I don't know exactly. Let's take a look at the lineup for the home team, Chicago Cubs. Leading off, it's going to be Johnny Evers. Of Tinkers to Evers to Chance. And he will lead off. and he is the second baseman. His name is Johnny Evers, and he's a classic ball player. For the Chicago Cubs. He was known as the middleman of the famous double play combo Tinker to Evers to Chance, but Evers was an exceptional player in his own right, leading his teams to 5 pennants and 3 World Series titles, and he is a Hall of Famer. Of course, it goes without saying, Honus, or Hans as they called him, is a Hall of Famer. It's going to be Johnny Evers leading it off, a real scrappy ball player for the Cubs. Batting second for the Cubs is Jimmy Sheckard. Jimmy Sheckard batting second and playing left field. Jimmy Sheckard, everybody. Sheckard is a good ball player. He'll be batting second. Sheckard. We got a different addition here. I forgot who he's coming in for, but it's going to be batting third and center, Al Kaiser. And he had to be taken from the Boston Rustlers, of which he'll be traded to them later in the season. Al Kaiser getting the start here today in the rubber game. He played 14 seasons, but that wouldn't stop the Society for American Baseball Research from getting a gander at Al Kaiser, batting third. And I want to tell you something about Al Kaiser. This Al Kaiser here is buried at St. Joseph Cemetery in Cincinnati, Ohio. And there he is. Al Kaiser, he lived to 1969. Holy Christ. Al Kaiser lived till 1969. That's a real long life. Kaiser. Dying at the age of 82. Batting fourth, and the player coach, it's Frank Chance of Tinkers to Evers to Chance in his last season, I believe. He left the Cubs, eventually went to the Yankees, believe it or not. Chance was a classic. Frank Chance. And I want to remind everybody, they didn't have an MVP back then. It was called the Chalmers Award. That was a company, I believe. that sponsored the award for the best player in each league. Ty Cobb got it in the American League. And our next batter won it in the National League. Let's not forget this. He's with the Cubs. And his name is Wildfire Schulte. Wildfire Schulte. Batting fifth, in right field. And Wildfire is a pretty imposing figure for the Cubs. And he's a pretty darn good hitter. He hit a whopping 21 home runs for the Cubs this year. Hit 300. Only struck out 68 times, 107 runs batted in. He's a beast stealer, 1-15. And 2-3 E8 in right field. Batting sixth, and playing third base, a man who really needs no introduction. At all. Heine Zimmerman. Heine Zimmerman. Heine. Let's pull it out here. You know, there's an old Chinese saying that says something to the effect, better to write it down than to forget. And we just look back here on that last game between Pittsburgh and Chicago, how quickly we can forget. It was Heine Zimmerman who got the walk-off single to win it for the Chicago Cubs. It was in the bottom of the ninth. They were trailing all the way. You may remember 7-2. They got 4 runs in the eighth. It was a tie ball game. Then they were a run behind, and they scored 2 in the ninth. Heine had 5 runs batted in. He was unbelievable. Mordecai Brown came in for the Cubs to close out the game. How quickly we forget. So Heine coming off a Heine of a ball game. I'm going to tell you that. I'm not going to kid around with you. And Heine will be batting sixth. Okay. I remember that. That game that's unbelievable that would happen. Heine Zimmerman, everybody. Heine Zimmerman. Batting seventh, and the first component of Tinker's Tavers to chance, Joe Tinker, the shortstop. He's a 1. He's also a 1. Wagner's a 1. Joe Tinker. And Tinker is quite a guy. These were real people who lived real frickin' lives. Joe Tinker, everybody. Joe Tinker. Batting eighth and catching, Jimmy Archer. Jimmy Archer. Jimmy Archer will be behind the plate. And the pitcher, as we had mentioned, right-hander, Lou Ritchie. Lou Ritchie. And he has no record. He is a right-hander. He is warming on the side. So is lefty Leafield. And we are at West Grounds Park for this ball game. And we're ready to start in just a couple minutes. Heine. That was the infamous, I'm sorry, if I'm a delay, I always respond. That was, I'm just seeing it, that was the infamous Heine game. Oh, Lord Almighty. We're in Chicago, folks, just think of it. Al Capone is living in New York, he's a little boy. Just to give you a little bit of context here. These were called the quiet times in the U.S. historically, the quiet times. It was called that in retrospect after the war and the pandemic. But these were the quiet times, turn of the century to about 19 when the pandemic hit and the war hit. And then it was never the same. We had no quiet times ever since. Then we had the Depression, World War II, a change in world order. And, well, Lord, just look at history, okay? Look at it. Look at the world today. Oh, God Almighty. Look at the world today. Oh, shit. Ah. Oh. Oh. And the Chicago Cubs take the field. Lou Ritchie on the mound. Catching him is Archer. In the infield, Chance at first, Evers at second, Zimmerman, Heine at third, and Tinker at short. In the outfield, left to right, Sheckard, Kaiser, and Wildfire. And leading it off for the Pittsburgh Pirates this evening is Bobby Byrne. Right-handed hitter. It's going to be Ritchie right-handed all the way. And Ron McGrath has arrived. I didn't see you, Ron. There it is. Pirates all the way. So we got 3 Pirates here. With Honus. Arguably the greatest, if not one of the greatest ever. Okay, here's Lou Ritchie now. He's ready. Byrne digging in at the plate. And this is the rubber game of the 3-game series between two teams that are going to be very competitive. Here's the pitch from Ritchie. 3-4, right-handed. He walked him. So Byrne is on. He's a B. That's going to be 1-10, 1-6. Archer's got a great arm. Wow. And Tommy Leach is the batter. Tommy Leach. Playing center field. They used to call him Wee Tommy, because he is of short stature. Tommy Leach steps into the batter's box with Byrne on first, just underway here in Chicago. And it's a very nice crowd here at the West Side grounds in Chicago today. Beautiful crowd. Okay, Leach is an A bunter. I think we'll you know, I got a few people here, maybe to get some input. You know, Leach is a 238 hitter. I'm sure he's a great guy, but he's an A bunter. How about we lay it down? How about we lay that shit down, huh? I think Kathy's going to agree, so I'm going to go ahead with it. See, let's check out the infield. Going to stay back, so he'll be an A all the way. It's Byrne on first. Here's Ritchie now. The pitch to Leach. Oh, he lays it down, and oh Lord, it's a beauty. Oh my. 2-2. He beats out the bunt. We laid that shit down. Leach laid it down and beat that shit out. And the Bucks, I don't know when they got started calling the Bucks, but you know, Wagner died in 1950. I was reading today. He did hitting coach for the Pirates into the 40s. He died in like 50 or 51, including Ralph Kiner. Ralph frickin' Kiner. Okay. Can you imagine that? All right, it's first and second for the Pirates. Quick situation here over Lou Ritchie, and here comes Fred Clark. He's a Hall of Famer. Left-handed hitter. Look at that. 324 average. So we have Leach batting second, and he had a fair amount of at-bats. He was regular until he got hurt or something, but he's great for bunting. He's freaking great for bunting. Okay, here comes Clark now. Ritchie in trouble. Honus on deck. Okay, Ritchie, here's the pitch. To Clark, 1-3, right-handed. And that is a base hit. And that's going to load him up for Honus. Look at that, 1-4. We ignore that. That's super advanced. 1-3, single 1-14. A base hit by Clark. And here comes Honus now. Whoa, you talk about trouble. You freaking talk about trouble. This is about as much trouble as anybody wants to get into. Okay, Honus steps out for a moment. Okay, Honus getting ready to go back into the batter's box. and he goes right into the batter's box with the bases loaded and nobody out. Okay, Richie now. He'll do a full windup. And here's the pitch to Honus. Whoa, that's going to be 5-3 right-handed. It's going to be hit back to Richie. He's at 317. .317, that's a 2-3. And that's going to go through for a base hit. 2-run score. Burns scores, Leach scores, Clark goes to third, a 2-run. That's a beautiful hit by Honus Wagner. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, what a ball game. Oh, we're off to quite a start here. Lou Ritchie stunned. And, you know, I forgot to look. I got everything else. Well, Ron, did you get some sort of diagnosis or report? You said it's not good. I mean, if you don't want to tell us, that's all right. Both of these pitchers pitched complete games. It was a 3-0 win by Chicago. Yeah. There is action, believe it or not, in the Cubs bullpen. We make believe there's a bullpen. They used a shitload of people yesterday. Richter, Weaver, Cole, and Brown. I'm really not in the mood to start bringing people in here. But we have plenty of people if needed. We'll let him go a little longer, and we do have someone warming. Mordecai is absolutely not available. Absolutely not available today. Okay, here's Dots Miller now. It's first and third, still nobody out. Lou Ritchie's struggling here. Okay, here's Richie now. Infield is back. They'll concede a third run for the double play. Here's the pitch from Richie. That's 4-7 right-handed. He grounds it to short. That's just what it is. It's a double play. It's Tinkers to Evers to Chance. That's exactly what it is. But a run comes in, and they'll take it. Clark scores. It's 3-0. No run batted in, of course. And here's Newt Hunter. Oh. All right, Ron. I am so sorry to hear that, Ron. Thanks for saying it. It's let's hope for the best, okay? Let us know, okay? We'll be pulling for you. Taking a look at the Cubs pitching in the next games, subsequent games. Orly Weaver came in to relieve in the second game, and Fester started. I was thinking of Weaver. Mordecai starts the next game, no one relieved. And Lou Ritchie pitches again, no one relieved. And Orly Weaver again. That's weird. So we got plenty of people. Let me just get someone up going, just symbolically. I'll tell you, I have so dry my mouth. I can't possibly pull the pull the cards apart. We wish you the best, Ron. Oh. Oh, golly. Let's go now take a second look in this. Very nice. Well, Harry McIntyre is available. He's not, he's not starting or relieving in the next 3-4 games. Ed Rublik. Oh, he's my man. He's my man. Fred Tony is available. Wow. Like I said, I don't want to use Weaver. He's relieving for a number of innings next game. Charlie Smith is available. Look at Charlie Smith. 38 innings, 1.42 if we want to really shut you down. So, plenty of people available in the Cubs bullpen. They're trailing 3-0 now. It's 2 outs, nobody on. Newt Hunter is the batter. Okay, here's Richie now. The windup and the pitch. That's going to be 6-7 right-handed. He walked him. Second walk by Richie this inning. And here's Chief Wilson. Left-handed hitter. And the pitch from Richie. That's going to be 1-5 right-handed. Struck him out. So Richie finally gets out of a very, very disturbing inning. 3 runs scored by the Pirates on 3 singles, 2 walks, and 1 left on. And after a half, it's Pittsburgh 3, Chicago coming to bat. This is the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. Well, lefty Leafield makes his way out here for the Pirates. Lefty Leafield getting the start here today. Setting up the Pirates defensively, Leafield on the mound, catching him as Gibson in the infield, Hunter at first. Miller at second, Bobby Byrne at third, of course Honus at shortstop. In the outfield, left to right, Clark, Leach, and Chief Wilson. And lefty Leafield taking his warm-ups. And he's going to start facing these Cubs now. It's 3-0. And here's Johnny Evers for the Cubs. This will be lefty-lefty now. Lefty Leafield facing lefty Johnny Evers. Here's Leafield into his windup, and the pitch to Evers. That's going to be 3-10 left-handed. Grounds it back to Leafield. And he throws it over to Hunter. There's one away now. Now Jimmy Sheckard Here's Leafield now. The pitch to Sheckard. That's going to be 1-4 left-handed, and he flies it into left field. And Clark is under at 2 down for the Cubs, and now Al Kaiser getting a start here today. Okay, here's Leafield. And the pitch, 2-4 left-handed. It's a base hit by Kaiser. Right up the middle. He's a C. And now Frank Chance, player coach. We'll probably see him for the first 10 games. Tori Spelling has been hospitalized after she and family members suffered quote-unquote extreme symptoms from mold. Extreme symptoms from mold. Okay, Chance now. The pitch from Leafield. That's going to be 5-4 right-handed. Walked him. So Leafield puts 2 on. We've seen too much to think that this game is over. Now here comes Wildfire. Look at that. He's got a clean home run on his card. Okay, here's Leafield now. The pitch, 3-5 left-handed, and he grounds it to second base. And Dots Miller throws it over to Chance, and the side is retired. So it's no runs, 1 hit, a walk, and both left for the Cubs in the bottom of the first after 1. 3-0 Pittsburgh. Oh yeah, absolutely. And we're glad you're all with us here. We've had quite a few ball games. These evening ball games are a little different. Like to mix it up a little. Boy, is my mouth dry. Wow. Do a micro approach to the situation. We're going to be heading to the, oh shit. We're going to be heading exactly a much yeah, I'm wetting my whistle. And we're here, I am here at the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. And by the way, that's water that fell on me right here. That's not urine. Oh. We're going to be heading to the top of the Top of the second here in Chicago. The Pirates will be batting. You know, that was some inning for the Pirates. You know that? They stayed in shitty hotels sometimes. You know that? The owners were too cheap to put them in a decent hotel. Oh, would I love to go back to those days. Oh. Ooh, I like to make it sort of evocative, like a drama. You know what I'm saying? Like a drama. We're gonna broadcast from our sky roof for the next inning, and we'll come down later. I can see it beautifully on my big screen. And Lou Ritchie allowed 3 runs in the first. Here he goes now. He's actually one of their better pitchers. So that can happen. 3 runs like that. Here's George Gibson to lead it off. Leafield is on deck. Then we go back to the top. Okay, here's Ritchie now. The pitch to Gibson. That's going to be 6-6 right-handed, single 1 to 9, and it goes through. Pass first base, Hunter. I'm sorry, Chance, and Sheckard retrieves it. Gibson is on first, and here's Leafield. Now Leafield is a 4 WL. He is a B bunter, but I want to suggest something to my Pirate fans. And I manage Chicago too, folks. For those of you wondering, it's just there's some people here who have verbally said they are for the Pirates. My decision-making process. He's a 4. That's not a bad. So we'll let him hit away with a 3-0 lead. It's Gibson with a short lead off first, no outs. Here's Ritchie now from the stretch, and the pitch to Leafield. That's 3-7, and he struck him out. That's the second for Ritchie today. And here we go. Bobby Byrne. He walked to start it all off in the first. Then it was single, single, and then Honus single, 2 runs. Double play brought in a 3rd run. And those were the first 2 outs. Now here's Lou Ritchie now. With Gibson, a short lead off first. And the pitch to Byrne. That's going to be 1-8 right-handed. And that is a single 1-11. It goes through. Past Tinker. Some real good breaks here for the Pirates. 1-8. And that's a base hit. And, you know, the best team in this league are the New York Giants, no doubt about it. The Pirates are the 3rd best. The Cubs are the 2nd best. The Cubs are really good. I mean, they got Heine, you know. And wouldn't it be something if the Pirates did the same thing in this league? Just like they're doing in our 1969. That's the biggest surprise. That's because they got hitting and they're getting pitching. Okay, here's Tommy Leach now, 1st and 2nd. With 1 out. Let's see if Ritchie can get out of this. Ritchie in a bit of trouble here again in the 2nd. The pitch to Leach. That's going to be 2-7 right-handed. It's a base hit to right. This could score Gibson, but I think he's a tad slow. He is a 1-8. And that was to right field. I like to just see 2-7. Yeah, that was to right. And that's a -3, 1-5. So we will, that's actually a 25% chance. That's not as good as any of these folks with only 1 out bringing him home through an on-base percentage. Anybody get on base? The infield is back for the double play. It's Honus on deck. And Fred Clark is the batter. Okay, Lou Ritchie. This is do or Lou. Bases loaded, 1 down. Here's the pitch to Clark. And that's going to be 2-6 right-handed, and it's a drive hit out to right. That's going to score some runs. That's a double off the wall. Gibson scores. Burns scores. Let's see if Leach will stretch it. That was a Fred Clark double to right field, no doubt about it. You see how good he is. Okay. And Schulte is a -3. He really was a great player. I don't think we're going to bother bringing Leach home with 1 out. No. 1-11, no thank you. 2nd and 3rd, 2 more runs in, and that's it for Lou Ritchie. Ritchie is being removed. There's going to be a little break in the action here. Lou Ritchie taken out after 1 1/3. He allowed 7 hits. He walked 2. He managed to strike 2 out. He's allowed 5 thus far, responsible for second thirding. What kind of analytics are you talking about, Kathy? I don't know what you mean. No, I don't do any of that. So that's it for Lou Ritchie. Let's see who's coming in. It's going to be Honus coming up. Let's see who's coming in, and I'm going to tell you, I'm a go for this guy, whoever it is, to pitch 1 inning. Just get us the hell out of this. And it's going to be a tall order. It's going to be, and he's got to face Heine. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's Wagner. It's going to be Charlie Smith. He only had 38 innings pitched, and mind you, Richie. Oh shit. I put that in the wrong goddamn spot. That's the wrong guy. Oh, I'm so sorry. Field is not yet the winner. We haven't gone enough innings for that. Charlie Smith coming in and taking his warm-ups. What an obscure guy. What an obscure guy. You want to talk about obscure? I will tell you this. He played for 13 years, and his brother Fred was an infielder. Jeez. Charlie Smith is coming in to finish this out. Meanwhile, here he comes. Charlie Smith is ready. See if he could finish this inning out. It's a 5-0 ball game, folks. We're just here in the top of the second. Cubs leading. Okay, Smith is ready. And it's going to be Honus coming up. Oh, here he is. Maybe the greatest ever. And I don't want to get into the why of that, but I'm telling you. Okay, it's second and third, one out. Richie has been knocked out. Infield is back. Honus at the plate. Here's the pitch. Honus, 2-9, struck him out. Oh, Charlie Smith gets Honus. He only struck out 34 times. That's almost like a Glenn Becker type of, or a Felix Millan type of thing. That's amazing. How he could always get a piece of it. I mean, it was a science. These were natural hitters. It's 2 outs now. Second and third, and Dots Miller will try to really open it up here. And he's got some power. He hit 6 home runs. Dots Miller stepping in. Okay, here's Smith now. And the pitch to Miller. That's going to be 5-5 right-handed. Grounds it to third for Heine. And he sends it over to Chance, and the side is retired. A routine ground ball to Heine. And he throws it over. The side is retired. But 2 more runs for the Pirates, folks. And, whoa. Middle of the second, it's 5-0. And here comes lefty Leafield onto the mound, throwing a few warm-ups. We are at West Side grounds. I guess today it's the north and the south side, but this was West. This was before Wrigley. I don't know how many, just a few years later, Wrigley was built. Look how awesome that is. That's real dead ball. And here's Leafield on the mound warming up. Leafield will face Heine to start it off. Here comes Heine. Oh my Lord, help me, God. Help me, frickin' God. Okay, lefty. The wind-up and the pitch to Heine. That's going to be 4-4 right-handed. Catcher X, that's Gibson 2-4. That's Gibson 2-4. 19-2. He fouls out to Gibby. Zimmerman is retired. And here's Joe Tinker. I bet you Tinker would have liked some weed. You know that? I bet you all these guys, if I explain to them that I'm a time traveler. Okay, Tinker now, facing Leafield. Here's the pitch. That's going to be 3-5. It's a base hit by Tinker. Tinker is on first. He's a 1-10. Now Jimmy Archer. No one will go against Archer. With a -4 arm, that's like Johnny Bench before he was a -5. Okay, here's Leafield now from the stretch. Tinker on first, 1 down. Pitch to Archer. 5-10 right-handed. Fly ball left. And Clark is under it. 2 away. And look at that. Charlie Smith is going to hit. I'm going to let this kid pitch. He looked pretty good, by the way. He's got a 3 endurance as a... We're going to freaking let him hit because, first of all, pitchers don't grow on trees. Second, it's 5-0. You think a pinch hitter here is going to really... I'm going to keep Charlie, the youngster, in. Smith is a 1 WR. Okay. All right, with 2 outs and Tinker on first. Here's the pitch to Smith. That's 3-7. He grounds it to second, and wait a minute. No, was he being held, Tinker? Once I hold them, it's permanent. Yes, he was. It's a base hit. Once I hold them, it's permanent, folks. That's a plus, so it's a base hit first and third. You see how careful I am. And gosh darn it, Smith got a base hit. He better get Evers here. Lefty leaf field. Here's the pitch to Evers. That's 1-5. Oh my lord. There's a base hit up the middle. Tinker scores. Smith goes to second and holds. And the Cubs get on the board now. It's a 5-1 ball game. First and second. Yeah. Once you hold them, then, see, they're only held unless I say it. And then they stop being held once I don't say it, or if it's physically impossible, such as if it's bases loaded. I mean, that's, you know, even first and second, then the guy on first. Here's Sheckard now. Leafield trying to get out of this. That's going to be 3-8 left-handed, and that's a double to right by Sheckard. There's how to do it. That's a frickin' double. He smashed that. It's going to be 5-2 now. We've been through these kind of games. Sheckard with the double, 3-8 left-handed to right. Wow, Wilson is a -3. Will hold Evers. God, well, let's see. Wait a minute. There. 1-15, 1-17, 1-14. That's attractive. See, that's better than Kaiser's on-base percentage. That's mine's 70%. His is 267. So we're going to send him home. On the double by Sheckard, Evers is coming home. 1-15, 2 outs, 1-17. This is to right. -3, 1-14. Here's the throw from Wilson. And he's safe. Evers under the slide. Sheckard goes to third. And hence it is a 2-run double by Sheckard. 5-3 ball game now. And dare I say there's action in the Pirates bullpen. I'm not sure who, but I gotta tell you, this is one kind of ball game right now. Okay. And here's Al Kaiser now. It's Sheckard on third with 2 down. Lefty trying to get out of this. And the pitch to Kaiser. That's going to be 5-7 right-handed. He grounds it to short. Wagner got it. And to Hunter on the side is out. But 3 runs, bringing the Cubs back into this ball game. It was 3 runs on 4 hits and only 1 left on. And after 2 from West Side, 5-3 Pittsburgh over the Cubs. And look at Charlie Smith. Isn't that something? They went with hitting with Charlie Smith. Look at his ERA, 1.42. 38 innings. Don't worry, I won't use him that much, but he's pitching tonight. Jesus. He's going to pitch tonight. And we're going to take a little break here, folks. We are in Chicago, and it's time travel, folks. I'll be back in a few minutes. Actually, I need that. Oh, what a fucking waste of my life. And my life has been wasted. Go ahead. I'm going to take a little break here, folks, give you a little bit of a recursive loop. And I'll be back in a few minutes, okay? I can pull Richie out. Richie allowed 5 runs. He's charged with all of those. Well, I think we got the makings of quite a bowl game here. Seriously, it's the rubber game. And just think, we don't know exactly what happened, but this was a day game, and then the Pirates, they may have boarded a train or what, you know. So they probably took a train, because this is the last game. And after this, the Pirates come home. So they'll have to travel. I mean, they travel a bit from Chicago all the way to Pittsburgh, back to Pittsburgh. They'll host the Reds tomorrow, the 19th. So, the 20th. They'll have an off day. Call that a travel day. The Cubs have a game also. They have a travel day after today's game. They will be going to play on the 20th in St. Louis. So that's pretty close, I would think. relatively close. You know, it's this might be their first game at home, the Cardinals, and they were a fifth place team. They were one game over 500, so they couldn't have been too bad. And they played at Robeson Field. This is here's a pregame in 1912. Holy cow. Holy cow. I'm going to leave this for you, folks. You're going to love this. This is Robeson Field. It's before the next stadium. I don't know when it was built. They used to let them on the field. And this blows up even more. Where do you see this? I'll give you a real treat here. That looks like third base right there. This game got so popular. It's actually better on the blow up here. That's a better blow up. Better quality. Here's some players. Wow, isn't that cool? Holy shit. Look at all the straw hats. So I'll be back in a few minutes, folks. That's just a look ahead. That's just for your imagination. That is Robeson Field in St. Louis. That's where the Cardinals play. That's amazing. Baseball got so popular. We take for granted it's always been popular. But by the turn of the century, it got so popular. And by the 1911, when we are playing, it was already the national pastime. Howard Taft already threw out the first pitch. The first pitch. William Howard Taft. It's hard to believe, but it did. It really, really did. I'll be back in a few minutes, folks. That's a perfect shot right there. You should see how I have it on my my big screen. It's gorgeous. It's freaking gorgeous. Back a few minutes, folks. I love this. Robeson. This is, this is about as far west as the game went. You know what I mean? St. Louis. Think about it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Illinois, but I think it is the gateway. Both are. It's really fascinating to think how in 1911, no teams in the South, no teams on the West Coast, no teams in the Midwest or the Rockies. We expanded the country. Really? Because there's markets for these teams. I'll be back. back to Chicago and the West Side grounds. If you look, I can see it on my big screen. It's the Daily News, and then under here prints the best sporting news. And that's where you got your news. From the newspaper, you get all the scores, and the box score was invented. Some guy in particular, even before 1911, Here's an ad for Ziegfeld Theater. That's, oh God, is that amazing. Ziegfeld Theater in Chicago? Wow. Like I say, I would bring my cash bills from that era. And go for it. Look at this, people on houses watching. I don't know if you can see that. There's people up here on houses, on a house. Oh. Can you imagine? Jeffrey Guterman, age 65. He was a nice guy, but he went off the deep end, and at the end he just played Strat-O-Matic live on YouTube all the time. Very, very fucking sad. That's a foray into humor, folks. These are the jokes. Meaning, you know, there's an old saying, I think George Bernard Shaw said it, but I'm not sure. You better, if you want to tell them the truth, you better make them laugh or they'll kill you. I'm so sorry. I closed down everything. It won't take long. Okay? It won't take long at all. I don't know what happened. I had my screen full screen. And that's what happened. Yeah, no, I have not Rhodes Scholar. I have not read that, no. Well, here's Charlie Smith. They kept him in the game, and he got a base hit. And they were holding Tinker. So that was a base hit. He scored. Tinker scored. Evers knocked Tinker home, and Sheckhardt knocked home 2. Well, this is who they're putting their money on, the youngster Charlie Smith. And you know, I just have an aching feeling that I looked him up so quickly, but I want to know, is he a youngster or what? What is going on with this guy Charlie Smith? He played a lot of years. Christ. His first year, oh my Lord, is 1902. He was 22, and now he is 31. He's 31 years old. And I'm looking at his stats right now. Well, he wasn't used much. That's the problem. He just wasn't used much. The year before, he was on the Red Sox and he was 11-6. Okay, he was. I mean, he was 10-20 for the Senators in his third in 1907. A pretty journeyman pitcher. But look at his numbers this year. All right. I'll take that under advisement, Mr. Sir there. Okay. Who the hell are these people? Oh, yeah. Newt Hunter. Will lead it off. He walked in the first. Charlie Smith is the new pitcher. I mean, he pitched 2/3 in the second. Here's the pitch. That's 1-8 right-handed. He struck him out. That's the second for Smith. And here's Chief Wilson now. Smith winds. And the pitch, 4-11, left-handed, grounds it to second for Evers. 2 outs. Charlie Smith has retired the first 4 Pirates. Starting with Wagner. He got Wagner to swing and strike out. Now here's George Gibson. Singled and scored in the second. That's 4-7 right-handed. And there's another base hit for Wilson. A 2-out single. So Gibson is on with 2 outs, and here's Leafield. Leafield had his troubles in the second, allowed 3 runs to the Cubs. It's a 5-3 ball game. Here's the pitch from Smith. That's 2-7. He struck him out. The third strikeout for Smith. No runs, 1 hit. Gibson left on base. Middle of the third. It's 5-3 Pittsburgh. And we are in the West Side field. And lefty Leafield will give a go here for his third inning. Frank Chance leads it off. Here's Leafield and the pitch. That's 1-9 left-handed, grounds it to second. Miller has it, throws to Hunter, 1 away. Now here's Wildfire Schulte. Grounded to second in the first. You know, I just wonder about Wildfire, though. The one question I have is, he was the MVP, but how long was his career? How good was his career? Well, it was pretty damn good. 15 years. His lifetime average was 270, but, you know, he had some real good years. And he was known for home runs. He would have been a huge home run hitter in the 20s if he played in the mid to late 20s, even the early 20s, when the ball changed. He would have hit 40. So he's a really unrecognized player, you know? He really is. right, here's Wildfire. 1 out, nobody on. The pitch from Leafield. That's going to be 1-9 left-handed. He struck him out. First by Leafield. 2 down. And here comes Heine. Heine popped to the catcher, Gibson. That's going to be 4-6 on a Heine. Fly ball left field. And Fred Clark makes the catch. And the side is retired. 1-2-3 for Leafield. So look, he had some trouble there in the second, but maybe he has settled down, and maybe we have a bit of a contest here between Charlie Smith, pitching now for the Cubs, and Leafield. And you know what? A lot of these people have to have descendants that are alive. Have to. But, you know, it may not be public record. Well, we're going to head to the top of the 4th, if that's all right with everybody. It's going to be Charlie Smith again. Smith has looked pretty good here in the early going, and Bobby Byrne will go top of the order here. He walked and scored, singled and scored. Okay, Charlie Smith into his windup and the pitch to Byrne. That's going to be 6-6 right-handed. Grounder to third. And Heine's got it. And he throws it over to Chance. There's one away. Another ground ball to Heine. Here's Tommy Leach. He's 2 for 2. This is the tough part. This is the tough part of the... Now, Leach beat out a bunt in the first. And then he singled in the second. He's a .230 hitter. But he's actually a good ball player. Okay, here's Smith now. The pitch to Leach. That's 2-9 right-handed. Struck him out. Number 4 for Smith. And it's going to be Fred Clark now. Now, Clark is a Hall of Famer. Clark 2 for 2, single and a double, knocked in 2. It's 5-3 Pirates. Top of the 5th. 2 outs, nobody on, and the pitch to Clark. That's going to be 4-7 left-handed. There's a base hit up the middle, and Clark is 3 for 3 today. And now here's Honus. And you know, Charlie Smith, good luck. You're facing one of the best, if not the best. 2 outs, and Clark on first with a short lead. He's a C. Not being held. Here's the pitch to Wagner now. That's 1-9 right-handed, and oh, he grounds it to short, and the side is retired. So, you know, Wagner, by the way, went 0 for 4 in this game in real world. The side is retired. I remember seeing that today. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 left. And we're in the middle of the 4th. It's 5-3 Pittsburgh. And this is the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. Okay, here comes Leafield now, facing the bottom third of the Cubs order. It will be Tinker, Archer, and they may have Smith come in again. Joe Tinker leading it off here. He singled and scored in the second, that 3-run second for the Cubs. Here's Leafield now, the pitch to Tinker. That's 5-10 right-handed. Fly ball left field, and Fred Clark is there, 1 away. Now Leafield has retired 5 in order after that 3-run inning. Here's the catcher, Jimmy Archer. And the pitch from Leafield. That's going to be 4-9 right-handed. Base hit to center. Right up the middle for Archer. And here's Charlie Smith again, a 1 WR. They're going in with him for the long haul. Okay, Leafield, he's a 1 WR. Here's the pitch to Smith. That's going to be 111, and he struck him out. That's the second strikeout for Leafield. 2 down. And Johnny Evers is the batter. Evers 1 for 2. Okay, Leafield, the pitch to Evers. 1-8, he walked, he grounds to second, the side is out. Going against the left-hander, 1-8, he would have walked him if he was right-handed. 1-8, grounds to second, side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 left. He was not being held, by the way, Archer, he's a C. I never hold Cs. And I never go with them. We've gone 4 innings here. I just want to check something. And there's a chance I could get disconnected. And if I do, I'll just start a new broadcast. But just bear with me a second. Back any second. And if any of you want to confirm that you're here, just give me some sort of thing, shout out or something, that you're fine here. Well, it's going to be Charlie Smith starting his 3rd full inning. He's pitched 2 2/3. In fact, after he gets his first out, thank you so much to everybody. After his first out in this inning, that's when his first endurance inning begins. So you gotta make sure you figure it out right. He came in here with 2/3. And he will face Miller, Hunter, and Wilson. Okay, Smith is ready. Here's the windup and the pitch to Dots Miller. Thank you, Ron. That's going to be 3-8 right-handed, and it's a base hit to left for Miller. Sheckard has it, throws it in to Tinker. And Miller is on first. He's being held 1-10, 1-6. You don't even have to hold him. 1-10, 1-13, 1-9. He won't go. Okay? I'm not holding him. I shouldn't hold people like that with that kind of thing right here. So I think it's only fair. Okay, Miller on first, and here's Newt Hunter. Smith from the stretch now. That's 6-5 right-handed. Lines it to third, caught by Heine. One down. Four. Yeah. Okay, Chief Wilson, 0 for 2 today. Here's Smith now. And the pitch to Wilson. That's going to be 6-2 left-handed, and that's single 1-2. No, it's caught by Evers. 2 down. And here comes George Gibson. I'm telling you, Smith gets him out. I'm really impressed with Smith. Okay, Gibson 2 for 2 today. Miller on first, 2 down. Here's the pitch. That's 6-7 right-handed. Fly ball center should end the inning. Kaiser makes the catch and the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, and Miller was left on. Middle of the 5th, it's a 5-3 ball game. It's exactly what it is. Well, out comes lefty Leafield, throwing a couple warm-ups on the mound. Oh yeah, oh, it's quite a ball game. Good hitting. And now both pitchers have settled down. It's going to be the bottom of the 5th here with Sheckard coming up. He's 1 for 2. Leafield has done very nicely. His endurance is 9. Charlie Smith has already reached endurance innings. He's still fresh. Okay, Leafield. The pitch to Sheckard. That's going to be 3-10 left-handed. It's a base hit to right for Sheckard. His 2nd hit of the ball game. And he's an A, being held. 1-13. I mean, the base stealing isn't that great, you know, in Strat-O-Matic, but I accept it the way it is. I guess it gets better in super advanced. So Shekhard on first. Here's Kaiser now. He's being held. Okay, here's Liefeld. From the stretch, the pitch to Kaiser now. 4-6 right-handed, fly ball left, and Fred Clark is under it, and Shekhard holds. Nuck. 1 out. It's going to be Frank Chance now. Here's the pitch. That's going to be 6-2 right-handed. Single 1-9. It goes through by Chance. One asteroid. Shekhard goes to second and holds. First and second, 1 down, and here's Wildfire. Okay, Liefeld. First and second, 1 down. Here's the pitch to Wildfire. That's going to be 1-7 left-handed. He flies it to center. And Leach is under it, 2 away. So Liefeld trying to get out of this. And here comes Heine in a very situation. This is a Heine situation here. Any way you want to cut it. Oh, it's IE at the end. I am so sorry, Heine. My God. Okay, Liefeld with 2 outs, first and second. The pitch to Heine. And that's 5-2 like a Heine, flying it to left. And Clark is there. And the situation is retired. No runs, 2 hits, and both left. And we've gone 5 full. It's a 5-3 ball game. And we're going to see Charlie Smith again. Boy, Charlie has been pitching. And Liefeld, they're going to have Liefeld hit. Sure. He's winning. Oh, Christ. Shit, yeah. I guess Liefeld is the winner of record by now. Heine. Heine is 0 for 3 today. Heine Zimmerman. What in the world is that? Heine. Just amazing how my mouth, maybe it's the weed, I don't know, my mouth gets so dry. That could also be the symptom of something else. And you don't know something, folks. If I'm conscious, I'll probably be terrified if I'm dying and I know it. But don't worry, I'll be okay. Like everybody else, I'll rest in peace. It could happen anytime. Massive heart attack, sudden stroke. Those are the two killers for me. Such a debilitating stroke and a hemorrhage. Brain hemorrhage. But I'm around now, and so I'm going to enjoy my time, if you don't mind. And I'm looking forward to have some fun in the short time I have left in life. I'm serious. That's where I'm down to. I'm always on the lookout. Heine. That's going to be some Heine there. Heine at third. Well, here's Charlie Smith now. Look how Charlie Smith comes in. Starting his fifth inning. I mean, you know, he's pitched 4 and actually 3, I'm sorry. Yeah. He's pitched 3 2/3, almost 4. And he will face Liefeld. Yes, he's going to hit. These were different breed. These pitchers pitch complete games, for Christ's sakes. If you didn't pitch a complete game, I mean, you know, you probably lost. But it's not always that way. Here's Smith. That's going to be 3-7, struck him out. That's going to be number 5 very quickly for Charlie Smith. 5 strikeouts. And he didn't have a ratio to speak of. Look at that frickin' 1.42. I know, Kathy, but you know, he's got to be used just to show you the integrity here. Here's Bobby Byrne now. But granted, he's facing some good hitters here. He'll go around to face Clark and Wagner again. It's 5-3 Pittsburgh. We are at West Side Grounds in Chicago. And this is it. It's going to be Bobby Byrne coming up now. Ooh, that's tasty. That's good. Yeah, we're here on the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network, bringing you all kind of crazy things. Here's Byrne now. 1 out, nobody on. Smith, really impressive today in relief. Here's the pitch to Byrne. He got him to ground to third last time. That's going to be 2-4 right-handed, and he pops it up to short for Tinker, 2 away. See, I think he may have been neglected through the years. He should have been used more. Here's Tommy Leach, 2 for 3. Struck out by Smith in the 4th. Smith making it look easy now. 2 outs, nobody on. Here's the pitch to Leach. And that's 6'9" right-handed. Grounds it to short X. That's going to be Tinker a 1. Tinker 160. Oh boy. 160. That's going to be a 13-1, and he throws him out, and the side is retired. Tinker to Chance, and a 1-2-3 for Smith. And there are some observers. Now, he's been in the league already a few years by the time this happened. We're heading to the bottom of the 6th. It's a battle. It's a 5-3 pitching duel, believe it or not, as Leafield has settled down. And both pitchers, Leafield and Smith. Smith trying to keep the Cubs in this ball game. They're down by 2. I'm Jeffrey Guterman, and this is the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. We're broadcasting from Chicago. We're at West Side Grounds. And Leafield has come out to pitch his 6th inning with a 5-3 ball game. There's Leafield getting ready. Left-hander, lefty Leafield here at West Side Grounds. Okay, lefty now. We'll face Tinker, Archer, and we'll see. Are they going to have Smith hit again? Whoa. All right. We'll see. Maybe for the symbolism of it or the determination of it. Here's lefty Leafield. Tinker leading it off. Here's the pitch. That's going to be 6-8 right-handed. He grounds it to third. That's one away. Every inning, the Pirates get closer to winning this ball game and taking the series. This is the rubber game. Jimmy Archer now 1 for 2. And gosh darn it, there's Smith on deck. Okay, here's Leafield. That's 6-5 right-handed, grounds it to short axe. That's going to be for Wagner. And he's a 160. I don't know what that's about. That's going to be a 60 on a roll. 46. 46-70, boots it. And that's he may have been scored with errors back then, but that's because he got to shit that nobody could get to and they didn't know any better back then. Okay. Honus boots it. First error of the ball game. You follow what I'm saying, folks? That's my theory. Okay. He's a 1. I know that's fielding and not errors. But still, I don't know why he's a 60, but here comes Smith. Smith has not walked yet out of the dugout. The umpire is asking for a batter. Oh my Lord. This guy's available. Smith is being called back to the dugout. And Solly Hoffman is coming out to hit. My oh my. Food's a poppin' here. Solly Hoffman is coming in after all. That's 1F, I'm sorry. He's coming in to hit against Leafield. Archer is on first. And there's going to be a new pitcher. Smith really pitched good baseball. He pitched 4 2/3. Three hits, no walks, 5 strikeouts, no runs. What a performance for Charlie Smith. My Lord. Charlie Smith of the Cubs. Coming in for the Cubs will be Ed Rulebach. It almost sounds something like one of those, I'm Jewish, one of those holiday cookies, rugula. Okay. It's going to be Rulebach, and I think he's got he was known, folks. I've heard of him. And when we get back, if I remember, I'm going to give a quick bio on Ed Rulebach, who will be the next pitcher. He'll pitch the top of the 7th. Things are only going Chicago's way right in the moment. Leafield in a little jam. It's 5-3 Pirates, but the error by Wagner. And seriously, folks, it has nothing to do with him being good or bad. He's top 10 players ever. No freaking doubt about it. Sally Hoffman is coming in to hit. Okay, Sally Hoffman steps in, right-handed hitter, facing the southpaw, lefty Liefeld. Hoffman is the tying run at the plate, and here's the pitch to Hoffman. That's gonna be 5-9 right-handed, fly ball right. And under that is Wilson, that's 2 outs. It's almost like that error didn't even matter. 2 outs. And here's Johnny Evers. You read about him. He used to pick up everything, the pebbles, everything. I think he got errors because they didn't understand how to score that as an infield single. That's just my guess. Okay, here's Evers now, top of the order, 2 outs. Liefeld really been tough here. Every inning, he gets just a little bit closer for the win. Here's the pitch to Evers. That's 2-9 left-handed. Grounds it to short. Wagner, beautiful pickup. Over to Hunter, and the side is retired. Was that a pretty play by Wagner? So please, let's not let that error ruin everything tonight. Okay? Let's, please. This guy is a legend in baseball lore. Okay? This guy is in baseball. Some people said he was the greatest ever. Cobb said he was the greatest ever. Not himself. He also thought Mays was great. Okay? He was alive. And then Mays had some of his best years even after he died. He was right. All right. Oh, well, Liefeld gets out of it. And there's a new pitcher in town here for the Cubs. It's Ed Rulebach. Ed Rulebach. I've heard of him, folks. I mean it. There he is. Edward Melvin Rulebach, Big Ed. And he was a pitcher for them during their glory years. He's shown in Game 2 of the 1906 World Series. His best year was 08, when he won 24 games for the championship Cubs. Okay, that's interesting. The only reason they mention this, because this was in an article, he was Jewish. Actually, according to an author in an Esquire magazine article, Harry Stein, but it turned out he was Roman Catholic. And he's buried in Montclair, New Jersey's Immaculate Conception Roman Catholic Cemetery. So he died in 61, the same year as Cobb. He was the last survivor of those 07-08 World Series championship Cubs. His name is Ed Rulebach. And that's, so, you know, it's interesting to see him on the Cubs now. In relation to his entire career, this is about the middle of his career, or it's the almost the dead middle of his career. And he had a great year this year. He's 16-9, but he's not pitching for a few days. And he was eventually traded to the Dodgers, and he won 21 games in 1915. But that looks to me like that's semi-pro. Okay. His last year was 1917. His name is Ed Rulebach. For the Cubs. Is about the best thing I can get, folks, but it's worth it. Edward Marvin Big Ed Rulebach on Find a Grave. This is about as good as anything you can get. Here's Rulebach early. Here he is with the Cubs. I guess this was done before his wife died. But he won 24 games that year. 07 or 09, whatever year it was. And that's really something. Oh, shit. We're headed to the top of the seventh. This is going to be Ed Rulebach. I think it's a great choice. Very cool how Frank Chance is pulling out these pitchers. Rulebach is, well, if he was 16-9, he's almost like a full-timer. It's almost like Jim Palmer in 1969 when he was hurt and didn't pitch some of the time. 222 innings today. I think that's considered a lot. I don't know what it is today. By the way, folks, if any of you are fans of the 19 64 World Series. That's coming up. That's coming up Wednesday, 2 p.m. It's going to be the Yankees and the Cardinals in the World Series. And that's going to be 2 p.m. Eastern. Already, the pitchers have been announced. Whitey Ford for the Yankees and Ray Sadecki for the Cards. And I think I'm going to have a program on Tuesday evening. Reviewing that, or sometime talking about that, looking at that, looking at those cards, looking at those players, looking at the pitching staff for both teams. Well, we're heading to the 7th, top of the 7th. It's 5-3. Pirates, the frames are running out, and Ed Rulebach, a veteran already, in a way, in his 7th inning, 7th year. He'll have to face Clark, Wagner, and Dots Miller. Trying to keep the Cubs in this ball game. They're down by 2 here in the top of the 7th. Now here's Rulebach. And the pitch to Clark. That's going to be 2-11 right-handed. Base hit up the middle for Fred Clark. He's 4 for 4. My Lord, Fred Clark going 4 for 4 today. And remember, they came in third. They were a good chunk over 500. I don't know how many. 3 games. The Cubs were even better. They came in second. They won something like 90 games or something. Again, they were only 154. Clark really hitting the ball nicely. And Clark is on. He's a C. Won't be held. Here's Wagner. Wagner 1 for 3. Struck out by Smith in the second, his first batter. Okay, here's Rulebach from the stretch, and the pitch to Hans. That's 3-6 right-handed. There's a base hit by Hans. Clark goes to third and holds. So I don't know if you caught wind of that, Kathy Harden. Hans has singled. And he's sort of doing a Hans Wagner type of thing today. And folks, I just don't want to hear about that error. He'll laugh about it. And they were lousy scorers, the official scorers, lousy. Wagner with a base hit. He's a B, so he'll be held, but he will not be held like we did the other time. It's first and third, nobody out. Rulebach wants to he wants to keep the keep the Cubs in this game. Here's the pitch to Miller now. Whoa, it's a spinner. Look at it go. 2-8 right-handed, and there it goes. It's hit deep. Into left. Actually, that will be deep enough for Fred Clark to tag. And it is a 6-3 ball game. The last thing that the Cubs needed. Dots Miller does it. Look at that. 2-8, right-handed, home run 1-5. Fly ball left, B. And they'll take it. So that makes it a 6-3 ball game. I couldn't lose with these Pirates if I tried. And meanwhile, Leafield is pitching awesome baseball here in the middle innings. We'll see how he does in the 8th, in the bottom of the 7th. We will see. Leafield. All right. It's a 6-3 ball game, and Newt Hunter is the batter. Walked, struck out, and popped to Heine. And we have a Cubs fan, Norman Lee. Welcome. And we welcome your sportsmanship. That's quite all right. Okay, at least you feel something. That's the key. Wagner not being held. It's 1 out. Here's the pitch to Hunter now. That's going to be 1-7 right-handed. Fly ball center. And getting under that is Kaiser for the out. Wagner holds. Honus Wagner in the flesh. Honus Wagner in person. And these guys would talk to you before the game. You could wait around where they come out for after the game. Back then. And they were beloved because they didn't make more money than your average worker, except for the really great ones. Well, it's going to be Chief Wilson coming up with 2 outs. And Hans on first. Okay, Rublock trying to get out of this. He made it worse. Here's the pitch to Wilson. 6-7 left-handed. Grounds to second X. That's going to be Evers. He's at 220. That's 7-2. That'll be a 20. I'm sorry, that's 7-2. He's out. And the side is retired. But a run, another run. Again, the last thing needed. The task becomes ever more difficult. And Leafield has been so tough. He let a couple people on in the 5th, got out of it. He did have a bad second inning. But he has settled down. And he's raring to go. Is there action in the Pirates bullpen? Shit, yeah. Except I can't tell you until I gotta wet my. I'm so dry, folks. I am so frickin' dry. We're approaching the 3-hour mark, 7 p.m. in U.S. Eastern Time. Usually don't go too much further. Lefty Leafield. Wait a minute. What was I doing? Oh, shit. What What? By the way, his endurance is the 9th. What was I doing? What was I going to do? I forgot. You know, I want to go think about that for a minute. I thought I was going to do something pretty good. Oh yeah. Looking to see who's relieving. I'd rather not use Gardner or Ferry. I really like to keep within the realities of, like, who did they use in real world. Here we go. I just go to the next game, and here's, they used Keefe. Oh, no, that's very easy. Babe Adams started. Lefty Leafield again. Okay, they have plenty of chance here to use anybody. But I will not use Gardner or Ferry. Or Kamenetz, he's starting. You know, Hank Robinson might be nice. He's like almost a nameless player. Oh wait, that's a pitcher. Sorry. Oh yeah. Hank pitched 18 innings. It's amazing that they have a card for Hank over there. I'd rather go with someone that's good. That's a pretty risky thing to do. Ferry was used. He's good. But Claude Hendricks. Wow. Oh yeah, Claude Hendricks is the one. Jeez. I just want to let you know, Lefty's going to pitch. He's going to start the bottom of the 7th. They lead 6-3, but Claude Hendricks, also on the Pirates, is warming. What a name. Claude Hendricks. Wow. That's what I wanted to do, and then I'm going to be taking a break. Claude Hendricks, holy shit. He died at age 54. His father was a banker. He pitched the no-hitter in 1915. He got the first win at Wrigley Field. And he was accused of giving a tip-off to a gambler to a possibly fixed game in 1920. And of course, that's after 1919. And it says here that it likely ended his career. Claude Hendricks. And he died at the age of 54 in Allentown, Pennsylvania. What he died, I don't know, but I bet you Saber has it. Maybe not. Here it is. Oh, they have such a long write-up about him. But it doesn't go into what his death was. Does not go into that, folks. But I'm going to have Claude. Look, he had a lot of innings there. 119. Both starter and relief, no emphasis. Good ERA. He's for me. And he's a right-hander. Hendricks is warming for the Pirates just in case. How's that for insurance? And lefty Leafield will face Jimmy Sheckard, but not before I take a little break here. A little bit of a break. This is the way, it doesn't get any better than this. Yeah, Kathy. It really doesn't get any better than this. This is such a nice frolic of a game, folks. It really is. It really, really is. And so glad that you have been able to join us tonight here on the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. And we'll take a little break. It's going to be about, this one might be about, this might be about 14 minutes or less, but we will come back no later than the top of this hour to let you know where we're at. We're in the middle of the 7th right now, and it's a 6-3 ball game. Pirates want to win the series. This is the rubber game of a 3, and Leafield has gone all the frickin' way. It's like a Ziegfeld folly. Touche. Touche. I think it's like a frolic in the park, you know, if you ask me. Exactly. But it's a good game. I love it. Wagner. All right. Look at Fred Clark, 4 for 4. Holy Jesus, right? Leafield has struck out 3 times. You know that? That's, well, he's a pitcher. He's a 4, though. Okay. He's a 4. I tell you, Rublek sucked. Ed Rublek sucked. If I'm Frank Chance, that's what I'm thinking. He sucked. I get fickle in the late hours. Can call for sure. By the way, Harry McIntyre is warming for the Cubs right now. Harry McIntyre. I'll just leave that there for now. It may confuse the shit out of some people because they can't even see, but it is Rulebach pitching for the Cubs. We've got our eye on Harry McIntyre. And the Bucks, by the way, have a Claude Hendricks. A Claude Hendricks for the Pirates on this side. And then we put Harry over here. These are people in the bullpens getting ready here. and I will be back very, very, very shortly. And 10 minutes will be the top of the hour for sure. Absolutely. I'm going to play a few of my originals for you. In the next few minutes now.
Why should I fight it? Don't wanna hide
All right. All right, Norman. Thank you for that information. But lefty's going to start it here. They have clawed if necessary. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Now the Cubs trail by 3 after Rulebach allowed a run in the top of the 7th in his first inning of relief. Okay, here's lefty now. And the pitch to Shekhard. That's going to be 4-5 left-handed. Grounds it to first. Hunter has it. He takes it to the bag. Every out, you get that much closer. Here's Al Kaiser now. Okay, here's lefty. Three-six left-handed, struck him out. That's the 3rd for lefty. And here's Frank Chance now. Lefty just cruising. Now here in the 7th. Cruising along. Okay, here's Leafield now. 2 outs, no one on. Chance at the plate. And that's a 5-5 right-handed. Hit well into the gap by Chance. It's a 2-out double. Could be too little, too late. But you never know with Wildfire coming up. MVP of the Year, Chalmers Award it was called. And here comes Schulte. Can't believe I didn't know him. I didn't know about him, how good he was. Okay, Chance on second, 2 down lefty. First endurance the 9th. The pitch to Schulte. 3-3 left-handed. It's a base hit to right. This could score Chance, but I think he's seen better days. My Lord. Okay, 1-14. 2 out, 1-16. -3. Wilson, 1-13. We'll send him home. We need everything we can get. Here's the throw. And he's safe. Chance comes in. Schulte goes to second on the throw. It's a clutch 2-out single by Schulte to bring home Chance from second. Chance was running hard, 1-14, and that arm by Wilson and Wright is very, very strong. Very, very freaking strong. Oh yeah, I re-rolled the dice. That's right. Here's Heine now. It's a 6-4 ball game now. Okay, lefty. Here's the pitch to Heine. 4-5 right-handed. He pops it up to second. And that will retire the side. There was one run for the Cubs. Matching the one that the Bucks got top of the 7th. Interesting. And it's a 6-4 ball game. And we'll give Rule back. In fact, we'll bring him in. You know, there's no reason why he can't pitch decently. He's got a decent ERA. Gibson will lead it off. Then it'll be Leafield. Okay, here's Rulebach on the pitch. To Gibson. Grounds it to third, one down. It's been quite a ball game. And here comes Leafield. With one out, nobody on. At Rulebach. Here's the pitch to Leafield. That's 4-9, left-handed, and that's a liner to second for 2 outs. And top of the order, Bobby Brown. Actually, Bobby Byrne. Okay, Rulebach. And the pitch to Byrne. 3-5 right-handed. There's a base hit. A 2-out single by Byrne. B, we're not going to go through that with -4 Archer, as I talked about earlier. Here's Tommy Leach. He won't go, he won't be held. Leach 2 for 4 now. Clark on deck, he's 4 for 4. Byrne on first, 2 down. Here's Rulebach and the pitch. 6-7 right-handed, grounds it to second X. That's going to be Evers at 220. 22, and he's out. And the side is retired. Evers throws Leach out. No runs, one hit, none left. We're heading to the bottom of the 8th, folks. It's getting on here. And here comes Leafield, who his endurance inning is 9, folks. I don't know what you want me to do about it. This guy can keep going. I don't care if he's let up 4 runs. I don't care. We're gonna let Leafield keep going at that. Frankly, I don't give a damn. Okay. But I'm going to tell you something. There's going to be a pinch hitter for the Cubs this inning. And Harry McIntyre is available to pitch the top of the 9th when we do so. Harry McIntyre. But you're looking at a picture of Lefty Leafield. Yes, indeed. And this is the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. We've got a good one cooking here. We hope you've been enjoying it. We really, really, really do. And we've been going along. It's going to be Leafield starting his 8th inning. Again, it's 6-4 Pirates, but don't hold this out. If you're looking ahead to the top of the 9th, it's going to be Clark, Wagner, and Miller. And I just say, watch out. It's going to be Ed Ruleba. I'm sorry. It's going to be Tinker, Archer, and a hitter. Pinch hitter, as I was saying earlier. In fact, that's next. Oh shit! That is this inning. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm having trouble right now. Let's get through here, the bottom of the 8th, and forget it even happened. Here's Leafield, the pitch to Tinker. 5'10", right-handed, fly ball left, and Clark makes the catch, 1 away. So, yeah. I mean, that's the way it's working right now. Here's Archer now. This is, you're going to have the 9th, that's it. They're 2 dead, down by 2. The pitch to Archer. That's 110 left-handed, and that's hit well into left center. And drops in, that will be a double for Archer. Once again, Archer with the great hitting there. And there's going to be a hitter here for Rule Block. He didn't let up any runs, that's good. It will be McIntyre. Let's see who's hitting here. Oh, God. Okay, it's going to be Jim Doyle. They don't have much. Okay, it will be Jim Doyle. He actually has a little bit of power, but not really. Okay, Doyle, a right-handed hitter facing Leafield. Or Leafield. It's 1 out and Archer is on second. He's a 1-8 running, people. And I'm going to let him just sit there because we should run for him. shit. We should frickin' run for him if I'm really gonna play this team right. It's gonna be Bill Collins. He only had 47 at bats, but he can run. And they're gonna need a catcher for Archer. Yeah, they're gonna need a catcher, and they're giving up that good catching thing. But it will be Tom Needham coming in to catch. He is a 4, but he's a -1. Tom Needham. It sounds like Edam, you know, like Edam cheese. So Needham would come in, will come in to catch. Collins is running here for Archer. Doyle will be the batter. Lefty Leafield. Collins on second. Okay, here's Leafield now from the stretch. And the pitch to Doyle. That's 411 right-handed. Fly ball left X. That'll be Fred Clark, a 211. That's 411 right-handed. Fly ball left X. Clark is a 211 in left. E11. This could be trouble for Clark. Whoa, it's a 2-base error by Fred Clark. Oh my. Oh my, oh my. Fred Clark has made a 2-base error. And Collins comes home. Oh, we don't know if it's unearned yet. That's of no fault of Liefeld. And Doyle, 1-12, is on second. Collins scores. Running for Archer. And it is a 6-5 ball game, if I'm not mistaken. A 6-5 ball game here. So Doyle on second. Hendricks is available if needed. They're going to stay with Liefeld here. Here's Johnny Evers now. Evers 1 for 4. Liefeld digging in now. Digging into that rubber. Doyle on second, 1 down. Here's the pitch to Evers. 3-2 left-handed. Grounds it to second. And he throws him out and holds Doyle at second. Yes, Kathy Arden. Yes, indeed. You know how these games go. And here's Scheckert, 2 for 4. This is a clutch situation now. Jimmy Scheckert is coming up to the plate. Oh, Lord, yes, he is. Oh. How the hell do you like that? Jimmy Scheckert coming up, 2 outs. The tying run on second. It's the pinch hitter, Jim Doyle. Here's Lefty now. And the pitch to Scheckert. That's 5-4, left-handed, walked him. So Lefty making it excruciatingly nerve-wracking here for Pirates fans. It's first and second, now 2 outs. Doesn't make that much of a difference, except now the winning run is on first. But it's 2 down here, and here's Al Kaiser. This is Lefty's last chance here to not do harm, not do serious harm. Okay, here's Lefty now. And the pitch to Kaiser. That's 4-4, right-handed. Catcher X. Whoa. Catcher X, Gibson. 2-4. 2-4 Gibson. Behind the plate. Eight-two, he pops out. And the side is retired. Kaiser pops out to Gibson, the catcher. And Lefty gets out of it. And we'll see what happens in the 9th. Folks, this would be his first endurance inning. There's a new catcher for the Cubs now. They didn't really need it, but they brought in Collins to run. It's Tom Needham. We'll be mindful. He is a 4-1 behind the plate. We'll just put a little question mark here as a reminder. And there's going to be a new pitcher for the Cubs, and he's the 4th pitcher tonight, Harry McIntyre. Harry McIntyre. And Harry McIntyre will be coming in to pitch. And there's a little bit of a snapshot of Harry McIntyre right there. Harry McIntyre will be the fourth pitcher for the Cubs tonight. He'll pitch to Clark, Wagner, and Miller in the top of the ninth. If you're looking ahead, because it's a 6-5 ball game, it's going to be Chance, Schulte, and Heine. Yes, you heard me right, folks. Tonight, down by 1 run, bottom of the ninth, it's going to be Wildfire Schulte, the winner of the Chalmers Award, the equivalent to the MVP. First it'll be Chance, Frank Chance, player coach, then the Schulte, and then finally Heine. So we're looking forward to that. We're looking forward to seeing McIntyre come in and pitch to the Pirates in due course. Okay? In frickin' due course. You know, the worst thing I hate is being rushed. Frickin' hate that. Game can be a lot of fun, a lot of laughs, but then when it comes down to it, it's pretty serious stuff. And Pirates lead at 6-5. Oh, Lord help me, God, please. Harry McIntyre. He'll face Clark, who's 4 for 4 today. There's a chance for a 5-5 game. Now that's pretty rare. Relatively rare. Fred Clark is ready. 3 singles, a double, knocked in 2, scored twice. Left-handed hitter. Here's McIntyre and the pitch. 6-8, left-handed. Grounds to second X. That's going to be Evers at 220. Two, and it goes through for a base hit. Evers couldn't get it. And that would happen to almost anybody. Not a 1-2, but not a 2-1. But that is a 5. He's 5 for 5 today. Okay. That's pretty wild. Fred Clark. Now here's Honus. He's 2 for 4. McIntyre from the stretch, and the pitch to Wagner. That's 2-7 right-handed. Flies to center, and Kaiser makes the catch, 1 away. Boy, that's pretty wild. Fred Clark. He had an E at the end of his name. Wow, what a guy. Shit. Is he in the Hall of Fame? Yes. Okay, so Clark on first, 1 down. Dots Miller. Wow. Here's the pitch to Miller now. That's 4-4 right-handed. Grounds to short X. Tinker, 160. Oh. That's a re-roll on the 20 die. 160. That's a 7-1. He's out. Double play. Tinkers to Evers to Chance. Tinker to Evers to Chance. And the side is retired. I'm going to show you something. You know, Leach bats second, Clark bats third, and Wagner bats fourth. People aren't sure that some people say this was 1909. The year they won it. I think they won it all, or they won the pennant. You can't see it very well. That's Fred Clark. That's Leach, Tommy Leach, and there's Honus. Pretty smart looking jacket Honus has. These guys have sweaters. Okay, that's it. McIntyre retires the side. We're heading to the bottom of the ninth, folks. This is where it comes down. Chance, Schulte, and Zimmerman. It's a 6-5 ball game. And here he is in his first endurance inning. It's going to be lefty Leafield. It's gone all the freaking way today. And this is getting really, really cool. I'm going to just leave you for a few minutes as we get ready to go to the bottom of the ninth. We are at Chicago West Side grounds. Oh, shit. I love this. Yeah. There. How cool is that? That sign is so wild. James E. Pepper Whiskey. Okay. Not exactly my cup of tea. It's going to be lefty Leafield. Pitching the bottom of the ninth, and I will be back, hopefully not too long. And we'll get back to this ball game. This has been one, you know, it's funny how some of these games turn out. It was a sort of a folly, a Ziegfeld folly, and it has turned into a tight ball game. And Cubs have gone through 4 pitchers. Leafield has gone all the way, and he'll face Chance, Schulte, and Zimmerman. This is the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. Woo! Oh. just a minute or so. This game is approaching the 4-hour mark. Richie's still the loser. Mayfield going all the way for the win here. Well, lefty Leafield has gone 8 innings, and he has allowed 5 runs. And he's going to try to close it out here. He's got a 6-5 lead. Going to try to win it here. Gibson catching Leafield. It's Hunter at first, Miller at second, Wagner at short, and Byrne at third. Okay, Leafield is ready to start his 9th inning. And his first endurance inning, he hopes it's his last. It's going to be Frank Chance coming in. He's 2 for 3. This will be righty-lefty. Okay, here's Leafield now. He's had a tough time with Chance today. Here's the windup and the pitch to Chance. That's going to be a 4-8 right-handed. Struck him out. That is number 4 for lefty. And that was big. That took the wind out of sails. The wind out of a lot of shed. And now it's going to be Wildfire Schulte. This is lefty-lefty, but he's still pretty dangerous. Pretty damn dangerous. Okay, Wildfire Schulte steps into the box. If you have a need for immediate gratification, we have a World Series coming up, 1964. It starts on Wednesday, 2 p.m. Wednesday, Thursday, 2 p.m. each. Friday will be an off day, then Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, if necessary Monday. Also 2 p.m., everything 2 p.m. Here's Wildfire now. He's 1 for 4 today. They're leaving him hanging, Lefty. It's 1 out. Yeah, Schulte's a big one. Then we have Heine. Here's the windup and the pitch to Schulte. That's going to be 1-3 left-handed. Whoa, grounds it to first, scooped up by Hunter, and he takes it right to the bag. Lefty Leafield, 1 out away from the win. It was Heine who hit a walk-off single in their last game in the 8-7 win for the Cubs. A walk-off single by Heine. He could do not a walk-off here, but he could tie it. He's got power. Look at that, 1-4, 1-10. It's a tie ball game. Okay, here's Leafield. The windup and the pitch to Heine. That's going to be 5-5 right-handed, hit deep, and into the gap for a double for Heine. So that may not be a walk-off, but that sure as hell was a double. Off Leafield. And Joe Tinker is the batter. Decent hitter. Right-handed hitter. It's 2 outs. The tying run in scoring position, Heine. Okay, the fans are cheering. Here's Leafield. And the pitch to Joe Tinker. That's 4-11, right-handed. Fly ball left X. And he made an error, Fred Clark, in the 8th. It's a fly ball left X, 4-11, right-handed. Clark is a 2-11. He's good enough. That's going to be a E11. Don't tell me he makes his second error. Fred Clark trying to get to that. That's a 5. It's a 2-base error. He dropped the ball. Fred Clark has dropped the ball for a second time today in consecutive innings. Oh my Jesus. Heine comes home with the tying run. It's unearned. Oh my Jesus. You go figure. The 2 errors by the Pirates today, both by Clark. Actually, they have 3. They have 1 by, of course, they have 1 here by Honus. But these were Fred Clark, although he went 5 for 5 today. And that's the 3rd error for the Pirates. Looks like lefty shaken up. That's the question. Joe Tinker hit what looked to be like a routine fly ball. And now Tom Needham will come up. Remember, Needham came in after Collins ran for Archer. Oh, what a game it has been. And we're going to frickin' have him hit. I just feel like it. Because he's under 200. Okay. He's under a 2, and he's playing. He's a 194 hitter, had 62 at bats. He's frickin' playing. It's a 2-out situation. Kathy Harden, are you okay? Here's Needham now. Facing lefty, they're going to keep him in. Again, Hendricks is available. Here's lefty now. And the pitch to Needham. That's 3-8 left-handed. Grounds it to short, and we're going to extra innings. An unearned run in the bottom of the 9th tied it up in one of the wackiest follies that we've had in a long time. Lefty Leafield gets out of it. And Harry McIntyre who pitched 1 inning just fine, will come in here to pitch the top of the 10th, but only after a break. Kathy Harden, I hope you're okay. Only after a break. This is going to frickin' extra innings. And like a good neighbor, Ron McGrath acknowledges it's a great frickin' game, no doubt about it. It's a 6-6 ball game is what it is. And we're heading to the 10th. I'm going outside for a little walk. In fact, I'm going to take a little hit of this. And I'm saying to myself, whoa, Strat-O-Matic could really be pretty wild. Okay? Just to think, Leafield has gone all the way. And the Cubs are in their 4th pitcher. And we're heading to the top of the 10th. Now, if Leafield is due up, I'll hit for him. That's my personal rule in extra innings. If he's a starter, I'll always hit that, even if not. I think Leafield was sort of blown away there. He didn't get charged. That was not an earned run, but with Fred Clark, 2 errors is one hell of a thing to go through. It's been quite an interesting game, very peculiar in different ways. Fred Clark 5 for 5 and 2 errors, bringing in 2 runs. They literally brought in first Doyle, brought in Collins, and then Tinker. When Clark made an error on Tinker's fly ball, Heine came in. I want to remind you that Needham is the catcher. He is a -1, but he's a 4. Unlike Archer. Hendricks is ready to come in. Just to let you know that for the Chicago Cubs, Fred Toney is warming. Fred Toney. And I already told you Claude Hendricks is ready. He's hot and ready. thank everybody. I know I've been a little bit, I don't know, a little strange, but that's what I do, okay? But for those of you who've hung out with us, thanks for tolerating me throughout a remarkable ball game here in Chicago. And I'll be back in just about 2 or 3 minutes. And when we do, we will continue this ball game. And I'm committed, I guess, to playing it as long as I need to finish it. And we suspend any notion of daylight hours and games being called. Sometimes they'd be dark. You know what I'm saying? But McIntyre will come out to start his second inning against the Pirates. And this is the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. Oh, yes, it is. Fully the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network here. We're all tied at 6. Who thought? When the Pirates got off to a 3-0 lead in the first and then got 2 in the second, well, the Cubs, when they got 3 back, I said, they're in this ball game. And look what's happened. Even when it was 6-3, they made it 6-4, 6-5, and then they tied it up. Heine scored the tying run. It was just unbelievable. Fred Clark, a game of 5 for 5 and 2 errors in left field. What a ball game. I'm going to step outside just for a minute. Well, here's McIntyre facing the Pirates in the top of the 10th. The Pirates are very sorry to be here, but they are. And Newt Hunter will lead it off. I'm going to play it straight here to the best of my ability because this is very serious. Hunter 0 for 3 and a walk. Here's the pitch to Hunter. 2-7 right-handed. And that is a fly out to left. Going back to get it is Shekhard, and he flags it down. 1 away. Now Chief Wilson. The Chief is 0 for 4. Facing various pitchers for the Cubs. Now McIntyre. And the pitch to Wilson. 6-5 left-handed, fly ball center. And Kaiser is under it. 2 away. And now George Gibson, the catcher. McIntyre handling himself very, very, very nicely on the mound. It's 2 outs, nobody on. Gibson at the plate. We're in the top of the 10th. All tied at 6. Here's McIntyre. Pitch to Gibson, 5-7, right-handed, struck him out. And the side is retired. It's 1-2-3 for McIntyre. Lord, we're going to the bottom of the 10th. And there's going to be a hitter for left. Wait a minute. Lefty Leafield will pitch his 10th inning. Oh, yes. Shit, yeah. And there's going to be a hitter for McIntyre. How do you like that? How do you like that? We let him pitch the 10th. Lefty would lead off in the top of the 11th. We're going to give it to Lefty. He's fresh. And he's as good as Hendricks. So it really doesn't. And back in those days, they'll pitch a 10th. There was a game in '69 in real world. Marichal pitched something like 13 innings. 13 and a third. It's crazy. There's going to be a hitter for McIntyre. Pitched 2 very good innings. And as I had mentioned, Fred Toney will come in to pitch if needed. I may use Whiteout for that. Let's see who's hitting. I know Kathy Harden doesn't want that. I don't think Ron wants that. Let's see who's hitting here for McIntyre. Already gone through some people here. Yeah, this is inevitable. The Cubs are going to call on Kitty Bransfield to face lefty Leafield. Kitty Bransfield is pinch hitting. Whoa. And here comes Bransfield, plenty of space there. Kitty Bransfield, 53 at bats, leading it off for the Cubs. Kitty Bransfield now. Okay, Bransfield steps in. He's a right-handed hitter. He's going to lead it off here. He can't run, but he sure can hit, and he can get to first base, even second or third if needed. He hits the ball well. And here's Leafield now. And the pitch to Bransfield. That's going to be 6-8 right-handed. Grounds it to third for Byrne, and he throws it to Hunter, and there's one away. We're in the bottom of the 10th here. And here's Johnny Evers. Johnny 1 for 5. Clark is out in left field. He's made 2 errors already. Pretty fucking wild. In a game in which he goes 5 for 5. And he may be up next inning. Okay, Evers now. 1 out, nobody on. Here's Lefty now. What's his last inning here? And the pitch to Evers. 3-2, left-handed, grounds it to second. And that's scooped by Miller. Dots Miller over to Hunter for the second out. It's been a ball game, folks. And now Jimmy Schecker gets a big hand. Schecker 2 for 4 and a walk. Knocked in 2. Okay, Leafield. And the pitch to Schecker. That's going to be 2-6 left-handed. Fly ball right, routine ball. It's a can of corn for Wilson. And the side is retired. We're heading to the 11th. It's that simple. And that's it for Lefty. It's going to be Claude Hendricks coming in because they'll have a pinch hitter to start off the inning. So Hendricks will definitely get a shot at it. He pitched 10 innings. He allowed 12 hits. Remember, he allowed 6 runs. Actually, 5 of them were earned. And Hendricks will come in. And there's a new pitcher for the Cubs. Lots of new people coming in. Fred Tony. Fred Tony takes the mound. He's the 5th pitcher for the Cubs tonight. Now, there'll be a pinch hitter for, he'll take him warm-ups. There'll be a pinch hitter for Leafield. Again, that's why we're bringing in Hendricks, even though he's ready to sit down. Let's see who's going to hit here. Against Fred Tony. And I think I found my guy already. And I think Kathy Harden would approve, unless I find someone even better. Oh yeah. By the way, Max Carey, who's a regular, he's the regular center fielder. I guess Leach plays a different position, or Clark plays a different position, but the long and short of it is he's not as good as this guy. This guy only had 93 at-bats. His name is Vin Campbell. Vin Campbell. And he's going to come in and hit, and we're also going to learn about him and Fred Tony. Maybe not both. Maybe not either. I sure do suggest you do so. How do you like that? Vin Campbell will come in to pinch hit against Fred Tony here in the top of the 11th. He is a left-handed hitter. Look at that. He can't hit lefties to save his life. My Lord. And all these people are online. This guy died in November '69 after the Mets won the World Series. Jesus. He played 6 seasons. That's all. And I'm sure Saber has a lot on him. I'm sure, and that would be interesting someday to go and look for the Chicago Cubs. Wow. Okay, here's Vin Campbell facing Tony. Okay, Tony. The pitch to Campbell. That's 6'4" left-handed, grounds it to short X. That's Tinker 160. Oh, God. 160, 17-1. And he throws him out, Tinker. And here's Bobby Byrne. So there goes that big idea. But Bobby Byrne is up, 1 out, nobody on. This game can go as long as it needs to, because this is fantasy baseball. There's no daylight or anything like that. Okay, here's Tony now. The pitch to Byrne. That's 1-8. And he lays a single to left. And Byrne is on. He'll be the go-ahead run here. He's a B being held. Remember, we have a different pitcher now. But he is a minus Needham. He is a -1. So he's 1-9. He will not be held, and he won't go. And here's Leach. Leach 2 for 5. Now Tony, now from the stretch. And the pitch to Leach. That's going to be 410 right-handed. Fly ball center X. That's for Kaiser. Lord, he's a 425. Kaiser out there. 410. Yes, he is. He's a 425. That's a 16-4. And he makes the catch. Kaiser with a nice catch. The runner does advance. It was an A. It was deep enough, and Byrne goes to second. And here comes Fred Clark. He went 5 for 5, scored twice, knocked in 2 runs, and then you're going to knock him down for allowing 2 runs with 2 errors in consecutive innings. Well, think he's slightly in the plus column, but anybody can use redemption. Clark 5 for 5. Byrne in scoring position. Fred Tony on the mound. Here's the pitch to Clark. That's going to be 5-8. Left-handed. Fly ball center field. And Kaiser, again, is under it, and the side is retired. Tony. Fred Tony. Looks very nice there. These people are amazing people. There's Fred Tony for you. You know, many of them played on so many teams. But here he is, I guess, it looks like the Giants. But Tony is with the Cubs tonight. And there's a new pitcher for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and his name is Claude Hendricks. Claude, how do you like that for a frickin' name? Claude Hendricks. This is when it's late now. Oh yeah, I remember this guy, yeah. He doesn't look as cool as his name. Okay, let me just tell you that. And Claude Hendricks is coming in. He's going to pitch the bottom of the 11th here for the Cubs. I'm sorry, for the Pirates. Okay. He's going to start the 11th here. He'll face Kaiser, Chance, and Schulte, the heart of the order, and then Heine. And let's not forget Heine, who scored the 6th and tying run in the bottom of the 9th. I just like to sneak that in there sometimes. Okay, Hendricks is ready now. Let's see if you want to take a look at his card, his stats again. He's a good pitcher, as far as I'm concerned. Here's Hendricks now. And it's anybody's ball game, decision-wise. Leading it off will be Kaiser. Okay, Hendricks now. Kaiser 1 for 5. Here's the pitch from Hendricks. That's 6-8, right-handed. Walked him. Oh my. Be careful, Hendricks. You'll lose this ball game. Kaiser is on first. He's a C. Here's Frank Chance with Schulte on deck. I just want to let you know Chance hit 236 this year. We're going to have him lay this down. He's going to lay this shit down. Let's check out the infield. It's back. So he's a B bunter. Here's Hendricks from the stretch. And the pitch to Chance. Whoa, he lays it down and it's a beauty. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kathy. That's going to be a 5B. Thrown out by pitcher, runners advance. So that's a nice sacrifice by Chance. That puts Kaiser in scoring position and Hendricks in a very, very unfortunate situation. Facing Schulte here. He's in trouble. Christ, he's in trouble here. Schulte is 1 for 5 today. I think I got one little smidgen left. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Kathy, yeah. Okay, here's Hendricks now, left-handed, facing Schulte, the left-handed hitter, and the pitch. That's gonna be 4-9 left-handed, And the ball game is over. We'll call it a double. Bringing home Kaiser. They had it as a triple, but it just doesn't make sense when Kaiser comes home. A walk-off double by Wildfire Schulte to win it here in the bottom of the 11th. And the fans are going crazy. And now they're going to smoke some weed. Okay? That's what some of these people are so cool. A walk-off double, if you want, we'll look at it again. 4-9, right-handed. Left-handed. It's a triple 1 to 11. I call it a double. If there was a guy on first, I'd call it a triple. It was a great frickin' game. Ron, it was a great frickin' ball game. No doubt about it, Kathy. Ow! The final score is Chicago Cubs 7, Pittsburgh Pirates 6. A real thriller for Cub fans and a heartbreaker for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and Tony gets the win. I'm pretty sure that'll make him 1-0. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Tony, 1 inning. The loss goes to Hendricks. He pitched 1/3 of an inning. He allowed 1 hit. 1 walk, that was all it took, and a sacrifice bunt. And that's how the cookie crumbles. Chicago Cubs 7 runs, 13 hits, and no errors. Pittsburgh Pirates 6 runs, 7, 10, 13, 14, 15 hits, getting out hit and losing, and 3 errors, 2 of them which translated to runs, 2 of them by Fred Clark. Clark ended up going 5 for 6 with 2 runs batted in, but it was a wash as far as I'm concerned with those 2 errors out there. We will put this one in the books in due course. I prefer to wait until morning. This has been quite a ball game. We hope you have enjoyed it. Just funny how games will turn out. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, it's a good sport, Kathy. You are a good sport. I would have liked the Pirates. But, you know, once I saw that Wagner got called for an error, and then when Clark made 2 errors, I mean, geez, I said, you know, do these guys even want to win? No, forget about Honus. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Ron, and we wish you the best, Ron. You keep us posted. And to everybody else, on behalf of the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network, I'm Jeffrey Guterman, and I want to wish you all a very, very pleasant evening and a good night. Here are the 64 Yankees and Cardinals. These 2 right here, they're waiting. They're beautifully tucked right in here. This is 1911, 69, pitchers hitting, nameless players. And then over here you have the Yankees and the Cardinals from 64 ready to play. And that starts Wednesday. We'd love to see you then. 2 p.m. It's on the landing page. From Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network Studios, Jeffrey Guterman wishing you a good night. Stay strong, stay well, and I'll catch you all next time.